I guess this works. I guess this works. Welcome on in. Good morning, good day, good time zone, good everything. How's you, Malcolm?
Poisson.
God damn, that is loud. Um, shit. Sorry, that's a lot of swearing at the start. I'm okay. I'm debating things at that instant. Things happened. Happened? I don't know. May happen. That's where I kind of stand. Um, it's I don't know. I have my injection next week, and on my ordonnance, I don't know that word in English. Uh, prescription, yes. On my prescription, I have it's a prescription for 6 months. And last time I went, I asked, I said, do I still have something on this one? Is it still good? And she said, yes. Daniel, hi, welcome on in. How are you? And the sad thing is that I still have to get my injection next week. But she gave me my prescription back as if there was still at least one available on the 6 months period. So I don't know. Fuji, hi, welcome on in. And thank you for that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. If you have any question about it, feel free to ask. As always, I just added a new scene on this specifically so that we can do this. And now I don't have the thing as an overlapping element. It's just there, and that's much better for me, so that I can show you shit and talk about the app and how uh, show it. That's pretty neat. I like the view a bit better than when we had what we had before. It was like the screen of the phone overlapping the camera on this scene, and that kind of implied that the phone was smaller. So yeah, and it was either that or we were looking at the app through my computer, which means that it is even smaller. So with all of that in mind, it might be better to just do that. I haven't checked that transition though. Yeah, that's okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. But what's going on? Appreciate you coming in from Threads. It's really good. If you have any question about the app, feel free to ask as always. And if you have any design question, feel free to ask as well. I'm here to help. That is my goal on stream for most streams, unless I'm doing something specific, which I'm always trying to avoid doing something specific. But yeah, so that's the state of things. I may not be able to get my injection on Wednesday next week. So I think I'm going to go to the pharmacy tomorrow and just ask. Because if I can't, that's going to be sad and bad. Not that a delay of one day would be like any big impact. Yeah, pharmacy. Pharmacy it works as well in British English, not in American English. But yes. Drugstores. Works. So we'll see that. I have published a new version of the app this morning, I think. Yes. Which I should have stayed there. I don't know. It's just 2024. I'm good with not being there anymore. So in there, what I have added as far as this morning, we now have support for iOS 17, which in some people has kind of showcased as a bit of an issue on scroll views. So I don't know if that happens for most people or not, but to be checked. But at least this is now available on iOS 17, which is most people on iPhone have iOS 17 and haven't updated to iOS 18, which is pretty cool. I changed the segment control at the bottom to have it curved a bit better than what we used to have. It's the exact same thing, but it's just better behavior. It has the same flexibility as the other ones have, but it's now a tad better. And for the N5, N4, and 3 and 2 levels for the kanjis, it is the same. It's a bit broken when we go from N5, N4 to N2 and N1, because N2 and N1 have so many entries that this is a bit complicated for the system to just like preload the content. So we have the transition being kind of immediate. The time it takes to load the data basically takes dominance, no, priority of transitions. Therefore, the transition doesn't really happen as expected. But when we go from N1 to N3, we're good. When we go from N3 to N2, we're good. But, you know, all that. So that happened as of today in terms of transitions, which is pretty cool. I also added the better search because it was a bit of a pain. In the previous versions, I should just take that with me. In the previous version, when we were on N5 and you were looking for something in the search bar at the top, you were only looking at the kanjis that were related to N5. So if a kanji existed in N2, but you didn't really know that it was there, if you just searched, you couldn't find it. Now, whatever you type, it can be in English, can be in English, in Japanese, can be katakana, hiragana, whatever readings you have, it will look through everything. The only difference that I don't really, or haven't really changed just yet, is the top section, which has the N5, which is the category. So if you were on N5 when you started searching, it still will display, it will still display the N5 at the top, even though that kanji specifically is an N0, so it's above N1, and then let's say this one, for example, is an N4 kanji, so they are not really entirely related. That's a bit of a thing. I kind of want to make it in a way that the header disappear on search. Like if I trigger the search, the N5, N4, and whatever disappear from the view, then that way you just have the kanjis. But yeah, that is a debatable thing. And then the second thing that I added, you may have seen that a second ago, if you tap on a character, whichever character you want, the transition on the view right here is just smoother, and it has like a bit of a staggered element reveal. So it's much better in the radicals than in the kanjis, but it's still pretty good. I just love this one. I feel like this one is working really well. But yeah, that's that has been updated. I added this tiny thing right there, which is the numbers of kanjis related to a radical, and that is really good to me, as in you can see that some of the kanjis are used really often, as 2700. That radical for one is used often, but for others it's a bit less than that. So I like that addition. What else has been updated? This view, same thing. I have a bit of a reveal on transition. So when you open it, it has that staggered animation, but I also added that staggered animation everywhere. When you open like a dictionary, it just displays the chunks available with a bit of a transition so that it makes sense. It's always it's really bright on the stream when I'm looking at it from my phone. It's a bit different. I see. Anyways, so that's new. That is a bit of a transition thing, which I kind of like. And it also has like a bit of a reverse animation when you close back the tray. So that's a good thing, I think. I didn't add like an animation on dictionary open. I just have it on the dictionary page. I don't know if I will. We'll see. But that is a debate. And then I'm still debating this view. I like it a lot, but I don't know. There is something that just is missing, and I don't know what it is. So we'll see. Maybe that will happen. Maybe I will figure it out what I want to have as a view on this thing. But overall, things have been pretty good. I tried and failed to add some transitions on the characters on press, and it didn't work. So now we don't have that. But yeah, still have all of the stores, all of the coins, all of the things, cute things. We like them. But that's overall the updates. I feel like that's all we need to know as far as now. So yeah. Oh no, I did add that as well. Yeah, that's true. Someone on the beta testing people have requested the ability to change the frequency of refresh from the widgets. So now we have the widgets that refreshes at 1 minute, that is default, but we also have the ability to make it 30 seconds, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, I think 10 minutes. The thing is, the kind of sad thing about widgets on iOS is that it's defined by the system and not really defined by you. So you as a builder define what you would love your thing to refresh at. But if the system is on load, it might not happen on 30 seconds or 1 minute or something. So that is detail things. Sturdy, hi. Good day. I can't really test it out because I don't have Discord on my Android phone. And also, it's because it's an old one. Like right now, I can't really build the app that I'm building on Android as well because it doesn't support Android. I think it's on Android 12? I don't know. Great! Thank you. What do you mean, what's the title? Pretty good. Pretty good timing. Gothic. Welcome in. 85 is pretty good. And Lakem, I think that's a miss. Yep. On point. On point. So yeah, so that happens. Also something I didn't really plan, but it works. I don't like it, but it works. This. This is a metal shader. Good job, Stony, on landing. At 3.0. That is on the edge. But yeah, that thing is pretty cool. It basically works wherever you click. It impacts exactly what happens. So it bends the entire thing. I like the visuals. but it's still like overwhelming. Obviously, as I said, kinda, I didn't really said it, but as I said, we are currently in the stage where I'm trying to polish the app. I'm not really building new features per se. Most of the things are good. Like we have working behaviors for kana, for kanjis, radicals, dictionaries, quizzes, everything works. The coins thingy kind of works ish. And the lives works. The subscription model works. And the lifetime subscription, which is not a subscription, but the lifetime one-time buy works as well, though it is expensive. It's on purpose. But that has been defined. The one of the things that I don't really know if, how, why it works is anything that is booked. Like right now, if you are on the beta testing, you can buy whatever the fuck you want for free because it's part of the sandbox. And I don't know if that puts your account with the plan tier basically for free if I release the app. So we'll see. Because it's not impossible that someone just decide to buy a lifetime subscription for free and then they are pushed into the lifetime subscription for free when the app is released. I doubt it. But yeah, we'll see. Anyways, I tried to do like some more transitions and animations and things, and it's not working. So yeah, right now we are just polishing things, ensuring that everything works, everything kind of works. We have some glitches here and there and some issues here and there, but most of the content is good and works. So yeah. Yeah, I guess, Stony, if you are into phones, I think you're on Samsung. The A series is pretty good as far as content and bitch and prices. Ah, get the fuck out of here! What the fuck is this? Holy the French. Everywhere the French. Mm. Oh, so you can't. I see. Yeah. So that's not an option. You will not find anything like this in the latest generation. Yeah. No. Even Sony is gonna not work for you with that description. The Mark 6 is good. It's just expensive. That's why I'm reverting to the A series because the A series is pretty good. Also, I'm gonna say things. Damn, I'm gonna be here and say things because you know that's how stream works. Do you really need waterproof? That's the question. Did you really go into pools or the sea or use it in your bathtub or in the shower? That's the first question. That makes no sense to me, but fine. Second thing, do you really need the headphone jack on the phone? Like, why? That's the second option, the second question. And I mean, I get it, battery and all that, but still. And do you really need a flagship? Again, why? It's the that last one is the real question. The other two I can understand, but that last one, basically the flagship reasoning for most people is the same thing as um, you just want the best because you want to dev with it so that you ensure that it works. If that's the case, I highly recommend you against it. And and if you really need the drivers and the audio thing, I mean, I know, but I know. I if you really want musics, not necessarily just YouTube or YouTube or Spotify or whatever. If you want like music and you have your own things, um, like these are great. Yeah, I know. But like you can 100% get something that is a smaller version and entirely works and I have that. Um, I mean headphones, like headset. Headset is the thing that I would highly recommend as well. Um, Again, because I mean Sony and everywhere will be good, but um, these ones are the expensive one from Sony, and the other headsets that they are building, you bitch, uh, are great. And hmm, hmm. I guess it's in there, but it's not there. Like that sounds weird. Um, yeah, I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. I don't care, right? It's just that my main take on this is you need to upgrade your phone. Fine. In my view, you don't need a flagship. Specifically now, the quality of phones for cheap are gonna be flagship levels based on what you currently have. Anything is gonna be better. And then headphones, why not? But yeah, if you were someone that like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 4 years ago, your Samsung was good, and now it's still functioning, but it's not fully functioning. Therefore, changing something makes sense. You know, all that. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, my take is you don't need the best of the best. And specifically, if you think about using it for dev related stuff, it is the exact same things as displays. I highly recommend anyone that is a designer to not have the best display, to have a good display, yes, but also a really medium average display so that you can see how most people are going to see things. And it kind of reminded me of something that is really good, which is when we rated uh, Dudev, Dux Dev, I forgot how to pronounce the name. Anyways, on Monday, I don't know if you noticed that her tabs were windowed in a weird way. To absolutely prove my point that people don't use full screen window for browsers specifically for your app. Like, she was perfect in that example. Like, on raid, trying to open your thing, and it was on a very side thing, very like a normal human being. Yeah. So that is a pretty good point from me, as always, right? Knowledge comes from experience and backstories that people don't use full screen tabs and full screen windows in the regular basis. Some people do, yes, but a lot of people don't. And that was a good example. Anyways, yeah, that is why I'm thinking about it ahead when I'm telling you don't make the thing 1920. Because that would work. I mean, it wouldn't work, but it's not working. Anywho, that happens. What happened today, other than the fact that things have been said online? The election in the US happened. It makes everyone in shambles, which is fun, and it's going to be fucked for, I think, the rest of what America is. As far as I understand, there is things that can happen in the next months that could be really good in terms of retaining rights in that country. But if that doesn't happen, which I have doubts it will, yeah, that's one more reason for me to never step foot in the US, which is good. Which is kind of sad because, as always, when the US does something, other countries are following. So, yeah. Anywho, so that happens. What else did I liked today? I forgot who said or asked last week. What's the last thing visually that you like a lot? And this artist has been on my feed for a while, and they are doing a ton of really, really, really good pieces. Really simple, but they have this kind of way of hashing the lines and also introducing some colors in spaces, but really specific and on purpose. And I kind of love that. Like, this entire thing has been really good. Like, most of the content that they are making and the pieces that they are making is really, really interesting. So I like that a lot. And that's pretty good. I need to buy a second one. I know. But yeah, I need to buy a second one. I need to buy a 13 mini and probably an SE as well, unless the SE disappear from everything, which is fine. Cat, hi, welcome on in. How's you? So yeah, I might at some point. Anyways, things have happened. There has been this thing, obviously, which is really good. I laughed at this one. He has a shield is really really nice. Anywho, what have we seen? This one has been really good for me for something else specific. Someone looked at this and said, dear designers, these types of things can't be done in Figma. Give code a try. And it turns out that this entire thing has been made in After Effects and not in Figma, but yeah. And yeah, and that guy just said nothing. He just kept his post up and continued replying to people, which was really, really interesting to me. Anywho, this is an interesting one. Maybe I will implement it on VS Code for my side, just because it's so chaotic, and that is the type of shit that is good on stream. But I feel like I would need to understand how to navigate VS Code and code in general better. But yeah, I like the effect. Yeah, no, I hate it as well, but it could be like a redeem type of thing. I don't know if you have been on True stream in the past, but she has redeems on her stream that basically change the settings of VS Code and enable, disable like different fonts, different plugins, and therefore, like, because she's new, she's doing things, and it's kind of the same thing. Like, it could be a redeem where you can have the Super Saiyan effect on stream. I don't know. It could. Anywho, so that's the thing that happened that I kind of saved. And these are from Monday. Nothing really saved for, I mean, it depends on the day. There has been days when it was good, but yeah. The thing that is sad for me at that instant is I am at the point, again, going back to my own creations, as in this thing right there. I am at the point where I am looking at things and I feel like I need more. As in, this is boring. I like it, but there are things that are necessary to make an app stand out other than just the navigation at the bottom. Yeah, the sparkles are not there when you are past very specific levels. Like, they are here if you just mastered elements. But like, if you see the first one, like the A at the top, if I tab it again, the sparkles disappears because it's not necessary. Basically, the sparkles happen to be there at 4, 5, 6, and that's it. So from 0 to 3 indexes or case, nothing happens. And then 4, you are about to master it. 5, you are mastering it. 6, you've mastered it. These 3 are sparkly, but the rest isn't. So anything else, every time you just work on them, the sparkles disappear. So for me, doing quizzes with 25 questions, the 15 to 20 times a day to test how the app is working, these sparkles are going away really fast. Really fast. So yeah. So I'm looking at things, right? And specifically things shit. Wrong button. Things here on 60fps website, which is like a collection of animations and other core UI related things. There are a ton of elements that I feel like would be great additions in the app itself. I'm not saying that I should have the exact same things, but in terms of transitions, in terms of how things have been defined, or the details that are in the app, I have a feeling that mine is lacking things. So I don't know yet if I will add more stuff, when, what, all of that. I just I just know that all of these kind of transition are not that simple to do, but they enhance the user experience in a way. So yeah, when I'm looking at mine right now, it feels kind of sad. Another thing that I've been seeing, which is kind of also bad, but if I go on Duolingo, which is right one of the good ones as a reference for me, I'm seeing the light mode 99% of the time, and 2 to 3 days ago, basically I loaded it and it was in light mode. And it's really good. Like the light mode versions has details that you don't really see on dark mode. There are a lot of other things that also pops in or disappear from the dark mode, as in if you look at the top right, there is the owl running in a very, very tiny icon version. You might not be able to see that. That, in terms of detail, when you look at it in dark mode, it has this outline, white outline, to make it like a sticker on dark mode, but most of the icons in light mode kind of disappear and blends in with the background. So I'm thinking about potentially having similar things, as in details and outlines and things, but also animations. I'm trying to make page transition a bit better, because right now, like the Duolingo one are really boring and static. And so, as I said, this one is the current kind of animation, but it has a bit of a glitch at the top. And I can't figure it out. But yeah, it's complicated. Like we have this transition right now, which is pretty good. Nah, don't have much. When you ask, trying to make sense of the difference between iOS and Android in your app, there is none and there shouldn't be. That's the answer. Most of the thing that I'm building, when I'm building apps in general, I'm building a design that is working for both platforms. So I'm taking the recommendation from Android and recommendation from iOS to ensure that we have something that is accessible on both sides. When it comes to the code specifically, you shouldn't have different codes because you're using whatever platform React Native thing to make it work, if that's what you're talking about. So, hi. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to do marketing, but I have to, and I don't want to do animation, but I have to. So I'm just in the questioning section right now. It's not good. It is not good. I'm also in the hungry section because I am hungry. I don't think you can trust that, Stoney. I don't think the browser is good enough to bring you like emulators. Like, I mean, let me rephrase that. Yes, it will trigger something in the browser to say, oh, this is an iOS device, or this is an Android device, whatever. Yes, it will do that. But that's not how it works. I do need food, yes. Today was a very no food day. Kinda. I did eat. I ate. Don't worry about it. But not enough to my regular taste. Knowing that I usually eat for 3 person. So I basically ate for 1 person today. And that's not my usual thing. Also, when I stop streaming, nothing is open. Which is good. It's good for my waist. That's not true. Yeah, I don't know. Drink! Yesterday I had to, or I said I would eat a burger last night. And I forgot. I talked about that many times. The burger place that I go to, which is downstairs, which takes 7 to 10 minutes from me being seated to me being back here with a burger and fries in my hands. They open at 7:30 in the evening, where I want them to open at 6, because if they did, I'd be there at 6, and then I would eat before stream, and then I would be good. But yeah. So there is a difference in the headers on iPhone. The iPhones have 67, I think. I think 67 in height for the tab bar header status bar thingy. I think. I'm unsure right now. Fuck. And that happens. Cool. So that's good to know. Someone else gave me like a bit of a feedback on the app, and apparently things don't work. Let me see if I can find that. I know I've probably liked it, but I also feel like I didn't, because we didn't see it a second ago when I scrolled through this section, and I have doubts that this was on Threads. But I'm gonna go look at Threads as a check, just as a check. We never know. It was not on Threads. Sad. Well, fine. Where did I see that though? It's probably on Twitter. Yeah, I forgot about the burger. I just I had a thing to do on the code, and then when I looked up, it was too late and they closed. So I didn't. No, I didn't eat. I didn't eat anything. But yesterday was a fat ass day also, so where the fuck is this thing? Eh. Huh. I'm looking at the most classical search of Android versus iOS UI design. I've seen one this morning-ish, and it was good. It had like a pretty good understanding and documentation of the numbers per platform, which is really nice. This one is kind of true. But yeah, that thing at the top where your status bar on Android is 24 and the one on iOS is 54. I think it's a bit bigger now. But that's the thing. Well, I don't know. You need to figure it out. But yeah, there are like some containers that take more or less space there. That's the only thing that I'm kind of trying to say without really saying it. In the way that they are, the thing that I don't like about that preview specifically is because it is false, and it's all data. It's a base. I can send it to you. Yes, no worries. But it is false. Just know that. You know, it's not as up to date as it should be. Nonetheless, it doesn't change the fact that they have physical differences. It's almost good. It's just like I think some of the numbers are updated since iOS 18, which is not in the hands of most people, but for some people like me, we already have it and it makes sense. But yeah, I'm really looking for the specific one, and I can't find it. Nonetheless, it's probably also the fact that they have different names for elements, as in your status bar might not be called status bar in iOS and might not exactly behave the same way. So if you have a container that is at the top and it's the first container on iOS, it might be something different than the first container on Android. Tiny differences. Nonetheless, it doesn't change much in the fact that on Android, most of the thing that I have on my Android phone is smaller than the thing that we are having on iOS right now. Everything in terms of buttons, spacings, radius, anything is a tad bit heavier and more rounded on iOS, as in system stuff, compared to what I have on my Android phone. Again, my Android phone is old. It's a 2017 model? 2018? It's still great. It's just the battery is kind of dead, so it's plugged all day long. But it's there. I think yeah. You get rid of UI just in case. Let's get rid of design just in case. Yeah. So again, your experience in seeing things is going to be a tad different. Yeah. These are old. So old. This is like iOS iPhone 5. This is the iPhone 5. Band things. That is not something to take a look at. But also, I haven't tested Android U, like Material U. I haven't tried it, so I don't know exactly if what I said about things being a bit more rounded is still true, because this one looks really rounded, and you know, sometimes shit happens. So but the main take stays relevant, as in there are differences that make sense, and in terms of placements and in terms of naming of elements, they have very much big difference. So Yeah. When it comes to like the tab bar that you sent, I don't think overall it's a mistake. I do think that it's the way that you have it implemented for Android, as in this colored header that you have added is mainly to replace the status bar on Android, because you have the ability to give it like a color. And because the system on Android recognize it as kind of part of the system, and to be implemented as part of the system, it it kind of works. But for iOS that doesn't really know what to do with it, it will implement it in its first container, and its first container is basically the header of a website or the navigation bar. So with that in mind, I feel like that's the reason. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not in your system. And yeah, other than that, I don't really know. I don't really know. What I can see though, from here, is that your tab bar navigation is the same, which is good. That the icons render the same, which is pretty good. The font is a tad different, but it's weird, by the way. I mean, it looks like it's different, but it's not, but it looks like it's different. And then the header has a drop shadow. Why? I don't know. And and then here you haven't. I don't think you have done specific things for iOS. So yeah. Only thing that I would say here, I'm joking about the shadow. Shadow is fine. Is the size of the logo. I might tell you to make it a tad smaller than this, but I do understand. I understand. Dev? Not dev? Not dev. App? Dash dev? The thing is, right now I'm simulating an iPhone 14 Pro Max, and I'm not having any issues on this version. But you're saying it's VS Code. God damn it. And now I have issues. Oh, interesting. So everything is there, but it's just the colored computed thing is over it? Huh. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. But maybe, you know, maybe. Maybe. I Yeah, to an extent. It's supposed to make you not think about the components themselves. The thing is, and that's what you think, you want to make the components as they are in the design in the first go. And which I appreciate, thank you for that. But it seems to be a bit more complicated than that. And maybe that framework specifically is not adapted for that use case. Again, I don't know shit, but maybe that's the truth. And another different type of framework that would help, kinda, to ensure that you have the content that you need in a good way. Um, you are using the design, you're just using the design afterward. Like, going back to this weird ass thing that I did today, with the ripple effect, that, right? That's not what I want. Though I do want to have like an effect that is similar to this when I reached character level 6, for example. When you pass to mastered, I kind of want to have a bit of an explosion around the character itself. And right now, I just used what this is, which is provided by Apple in their WWDC videos about SwiftUI and metal shaders and all that. That's the really basic thing. The only differences that I have made is change the name of the picture to a picture that I have in my asset banks. That's it. I just did that. I have this. It works, and I'm kind of good with it, and I can play with how the timer goes, where things are, how is it like behaving, how can I make it better, do I need to change the implicit, do I need to change things, like all of that. This is provided by Apple from their videos, right? And so with that in mind, I can really quickly edit things, and then when I'm satisfied with this thing that is built in, provided, I will then use that thing as a base and implement it in the animation section of the character items that I have. But in the beginning, I'm building it with the provided assets and then implementing it. But like that's a later thing. It's not a now thing. if I go directly with the final design that I want to have, I will spend days on one character element to ensure that it's exactly how I need it to be, and then maybe I'll move on to something a bit better. Again, the example, right? These are the current character states. This is the first character that I made, and it didn't have states. It didn't have levels. It didn't have anything. It just had like it's a rectangle with the character inside of it and the reading underneath, and that's it. And then I did the same thing for all of the pages. I used the Rapid API to get the kanjis, and I was good with it. And then I kind of looked at it and added more stuff. As in the second option, like added a bit of a shadow. Can't really see the shadow, but there is a shadow, which basically turns into a highlight in black and white, and that's about it. And that's what I did. And this was the basic rendering of the kanji details, right? And so now, if I look at it, for some reason, I don't know, I don't have that kanji available, but that kanji detail here, right, that view right there, is, to my knowledge, better than the first one that I had. And I could only do that because I have started to do the design of it as the most boring shit ever. And this is just that's a VStack. It has a background, it has a shadow. This is the native most basic things. And then the more I kind of worked with it, I don't think I added the character on this one. Third, did I have fourth? Fourth! Fourth, I added the background. Fifth. Fifth, I added the transitions on the characters. And then we have sixth right there, which is not so long ago, to be honest. Fixed the tab bar, fixed the things. This was really Duolingo style, and I didn't like that. But yeah, improving the visual, at least visual, after the functionality. It always has been a thing. But when I'm here and I need something, I can just do that. And let's say I'm looking for a button, I'm looking for a date picker, I'm looking for something you have like predefined components. That is good or not, I don't know, but I can use that as a starting point for me to then build a page if necessary, and then add more things if needed. But yeah, other than that, I derail myself. Other than that, here, I would just say build the thing with the native components, as I said on Monday, and then maybe update the design, but like maybe later. And as you just said, I know everything becomes buggy when you're trying to update things, but I also have a bit of a misunderstanding, and that's a designer point of view. I know, I am aware, but it makes no sense to change something visually that impacts something functionally. That shouldn't happen. Like, I haven't seen in all of my attempts so far at adding things, it either works visually or it doesn't. And like, let's say I don't know what I'm doing. Let's use the ripple effect because that's a good view. And instead of having a shadow in the background, I want that shadow to be a different color, right? So I'm gonna add a comma and say color blue. Blue, bitch. And then here, because Xcode is kind, it just tells me argument colors must be placed before. So it should be blue, then radius, instead of radius, then blue. And then I can just fix that. And now I should have a blue shadow around here. Um, I think it's mostly going to be visible on the ripple effect. Ripple. Yeah, right there. And so from here, let's say I want a shadow that is really big to have the effect here. Maybe I need it to be way down. All of that. I can change that. Bill, long time no see.
Belinissima raided my stream with 5 viewers.
How was your stream? How is everything? Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? For those of you who joined, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design questions, feel free to ask. As always, I hope you had a great stream with Belle. And I forgot what time it is for you. I feel like it's late. If it's late and you need to raid and run, do that. If you want to stay, please stay. I appreciate it. I see your name on the side of the sidebar from time to time. My hair is longer, yes indeed. Yes indeed. It's also my natural color-ish, almost, kinda, mostly. Almost. So, yeah. It has some bleach damage. I need to get rid of that. But yeah. I hope you're good. I hope everything is fine. I hope you have had, I think since the last time you've been here. It's been a while though. Yes, it's been a while. 2023. November 23rd, 2023. It's been a year. I see. I see. So yeah, things have happened. November 23rd, 2023. I was still in Japan. I came back to France, if you're interested in that. I'm looking forward into going back in Japan, but right now I can't. And I'm still unemployed for 16 months. No income. Great. That wasn't a contract. The Japan thing was just me going on vacation for a year. So, I mean, vacation. Going in Japan without a job planned. That was the thing. So, it happens. It happens. But yeah, we've been working on things. I know that the last time you were here, you saw the UI kit that we were working on, which is this one. I think you went there at some point. It has been released since then. It has been pretty good. And what else? Building an app right now. I'm building a Japanese learning app, which is fun and good for me as a learner to have a bit of a structure and some content and learning material for myself. And yeah, that's a pretty neat project overall, but we're still working on the same things, which is good. I really don't like that view right here, like that corner right there in my camera, that thing right here. I don't like it. I feel like it needs to match the iPhone corner, but I can't do that. I mean, I can, but I can't do that. So yeah, so all of that has been happening, and right now I'm looking for an income or a sugar mommy or a winning lottery tickets, whichever comes first. It's gonna be me. I'm gonna come first because I'm a guy. Yeah, you know, all that. Still, that is the same. You kind of fixed the thing, Stony, on the header. Good job. I don't know what you did, but yeah. I mean, it could work. Oh, it's the same. You just removed it. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Chris, hi. We'll call in. Yes. Yes. They are the same. Like they follow each other to a T. So it's just if one goes up, the other goes up and follows. And it's been on the 24 hours, it's been like 8% up compared to the Bitcoin that is 6% up. So it's better for me. But on the 7 days, I'm in a lower trend. Like I still recovering from last week, kinda, to an extent. Like we just reached back, whereas BTC is just going up. So my whole wallet is flat and static and all that and good. But Chris, how are you? How's your day going? How's everything? I have like I have some soul in a wallet somewhere, and every time I think about it, I go there and I try to unstake them because they are staked, and they say you don't have enough to unstake them, so I need to buy more to put there to retrieve everything, which is no good. No good. How do you feel about the elections? I mean, I personally aren't there. Gothic, you know, you're gonna learn something about me. You are talking about corn dog. I have never, I think, tried one. Ever. So, yeah. I don't, yeah. I may have, I don't think I have. I think I have had one of the one that you have in Shinjuku in Japan, and it's the Korean dog type of thing, which I don't think have winners in there. Just Dragon Fleece. Hi, welcome in.
Jan Lunge just resubscribed for 8 months.
Jianlong, hi, welcome in. How are you? Thanks a lot for the resub. 8 months. Close to the baby, you keep the baby. I don't take care of babies. It's not a thing. No. Yeah, like these things. I think I had one of these. Like that. So maybe I have. Maybe I have. But yeah. Not these though. Sorry about the hungriness of this. Yeah. I think I don't know. That's the thing. As we said, also, I'm not really into US politics. I'm not really into politics in general. It's just like whichever is good based on my takes on things, and I'm going there. That's about it. With the Trump winning election type of thing, it's not really something that I care about as a French person, right? I don't really mind. I do mind other things. I mind the fact that that person specifically has a habit of trying to start shit for no reason, and at the verge of trying to start a new war. with whoever, just because. So, me being French and in the middle of the two countries that might just have to fight each other, that's not the greatest position to be in, you know. So, if if US and Russia or US and Korea decide to just fight each other, me moving to Japan is a non-safe thing. Me staying in France is a non-safe thing. And me moving to South Africa or like the poles is safe-ish in terms of wars. Other than that, I'm still white. I'm still a guy, so I'm kind of safe, which is kind of sad, but it's the fact. Also, Tarakan, hi, welcome back. One of the things that we have in hopes, like in my circle of people, is the current president has, I think, 1 month left in office. That period of time is or would allow them to create and start things in terms of policies to ensure that some things can't be changed. We have doubts that that will happen, but yeah, it's a bit of a sad thing. I'm trying to reach out. Ah, sorry. Chat just moved up for no reason. The thing that is kind of true, and I kind of agree with some creators that are left-leaning, saying that they are basically just not like they are not displeased with it's not displeased, it's another fucking word. They are not angry against the right-leaning people, they are angry against the left-leaning people that voted center or didn't vote or didn't do shit to prevent that to happen. And yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Also, the Dragonfleece, I just saw that message. Yeah, the thing about the legality and illegality of activities of people, Chris, the main issue that we have is that it's not the fact that it's absolutely legal in some states and absolutely illegal in other states. It's just the fact that these states that are currently having women that have pregnancy that they want to abort can't and will not necessarily have the ability to leave the states if the government in place knows that that person is pregnant. And so it will lead to more risk in terms of getting. No, they can leave the states. It's right now. They might not be able to. That's the first thing. And the second thing is the um, the ability to then question the activities of a person and then checking the records. That's a thing that can happen. Nonetheless, I don't really care about if it is feasible, not feasible. I just think that it shouldn't be an illegal thing, anyways. Specifically, like in any cases, I don't think it should exist. But it should not that, no, that you shouldn't have abortion. I'm saying like you shouldn't really give a shit about anything anyone does. Like it's my own take on things always, which is I don't give a shit what you do. I have no idea what you're doing. I don't care, first of all, as long as it doesn't impact me or you are not trying to tell me how to live my life, I'm good with that. So, you know, all right. Um, yeah. I don't think it's propaganda, that's for sure. Um, but I mean, it makes sense, Dragonfleas, that the Twitch chats are full of politics because it works, it attracts people, it's reactive, and it's a good way to ensure that you have or find the people that are in the same mindset as you. But yeah, like it's just weird. I think 11 years of experience in my field, no college degree, so Japan visa is on the table for me. Not really, Dragonfleas. You need to have a 4-year degree to be able to enter Japan and work there. And also not work there. Like I needed to have a degree in order for me to get my working holiday visa last year. So if you have more than 10 years of experience, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Well, I do as well. But for me, when I applied, I had 16, and I still needed to prove that I had a degree. I mean, state that I had a degree. So I don't know. I don't know. Also, yeah, I mean, proving that you have had 10 years of experience is a bit of an easy thing to do. As I just said multiple times, I have been employed by a company since 2014. It's my own company, but no one knows that unless you look into it. But I have been employed since 2014, so I basically have been employed for 10 years. With, you know. So on paper, I am. Yeah. Also, yeah. I think the bank account is a thing. Like the bank account is something that basically what made me be able to enter, because I said, or they say, you need to have, I think it's there, one second. um I think it's in here, the working holiday type. Where is it? um if I remember correctly, it's something like you need to have um 4,500 in your bank account. Tony, hi, welcome in. And I was like, yes, I have 60K saved for this trip. And they were like, okay, cool. You can come in. No issues. So that helped probably to get the visa in, but you know, um, if you have a Japanese company, yes. So that's a totally different thing. Okay. I know about all of these because I have been trying to get into Japan for the past year. If you have a company that is sponsoring you, they will do the necessary thing to basically ensure or kind of get you closer to a positive outcome to the visa request that you will do. And so it doesn't matter if you have like 1 year of experience, 3 years of experience, 20 years of experience. If the company is trying to sponsor you, you're kind of good. That's option number one. Option number two is to have another type of Japanese person to sponsor you, which can be a spouse, um, a child if you have one, and a grandparent or parent if that person is Japanese, but you basically were born. I mean, if you were born of a Japanese parent, you are basically Japanese. Like that's a thing. Even if you are born on another soil, you can do a request. But if you are for a job and you have like um, a company that is sponsoring you, you have greater odds of getting to the entry. Though, again, I have been trying to get a visa for Japan for working there for the past 7 months, 6 months, a bit more than that, to be honest. Maybe eight now, eight, 10. And it's just so hard for, I mean, the breeding visa is really complicated to get because you need someone to breed in the first place. Like it's a bit, it's a requirement, right? Um, and also kids and me. Um, I don't know if I could get a vasectomy and then get there on a breeding visa and just stating that doesn't work. But we're trying. Um, just not disclose it. I don't. I disagree. Um, no, I know. But with that, with the how do you call the the job market right now for me has been extremely complicated for one single reason, which is the ability to speak Japanese and read Japanese. One of the last company that I kind of applied for was a fully English speaking company in Japan from a Japanese company, but that specific branch of the company was fully English speaking because it's the international type of thing. And so that is kind of the type of company that I'm trying to reach right now. But um, didn't work. So it didn't work. It didn't work. And yes, no, exactly. I don't. I hate freelancing and contracting work. Contract work is fine because the Haken format, which is the contract work in Japan, basically allows you to get a 1 year visa and a contract that is 6 months to a year, and it's renewable. So it's an easier way for foreigners to come in, but it's also kind of complex because if it's like if you don't have any funds coming in after a while, like you let's say you get a job with a hacken with a contract contracting work, you get laid off, you have a very specific amount of time to find a new job, and if you don't, um, you can't. Um, So if you want to go with the startup visa, which is basically the business manager visa, you need a very specific amount of income for your company as a startup to be able to be considered for that visa. And that specific thing is you need to have an income of 50 to 60K of stable income in your startup company business owner thing in order to get um, in. That's what the consulate in Japan told me. Like I need an income in my freelance business of 50K in euro, 60K in dollars, 67 to be exact, to be considered. And then the other thing for the business visa in Japan, which is kind of more complex, is um, if you have an office, so you need to rent a space and you need to hire a Japanese person, then it's enough proof for them that you are contributing to the economy. Therefore, they are more willing to let you be a business in Japan, but it's harder and probably won't happen. So again, unless you are making 50 to 60K a year, that you can prove that this is like income or not profit, but like kind of profit, um, then yeah. The starter point doesn't really exist. The starter point is basically the business manager visa. At least, again, from the immigration agency that I was in every week for 3 months before my visa ended. That's what they said. So I kind of trust them. But yeah. So that's the thing. The easiest way to get in Japan is to get married to a Japanese person. That's the kind of simplest way, and even then, you might not be allowed in the beginning, and the procedure can take time. The other thing is to get a job and a sponsor from a company, and that is easier. It depends on the type of jobs that you want. Like on Japan devs, because obviously, right? It's mostly for dev. Um, the jobs that are no Japanese required are mostly going to be dev related because you don't really need Japanese to do the work that you need to do, and having the translation of the briefs in English or in whatever language you need is fine. But I have applied to most of these already and I have not succeeded. I almost succeeded to this one, and for some reason they said no, so I don't really know why. But yeah, I did 2, 3, 4 interviews. Yeah, I did 4 interviews with this one. It was pretty good. I thought it was gonna be good, and then it didn't. Um, no, I mean it was only on video call, so I couldn't do anything. It's not good. But yeah, having the dev work is gonna be easier for me. And reread, hi, we're calling. Yeah. You can do the working holiday still. Where are you from, Dragonfleece? I forgot. Where location-based things. If you're from the US, the working holiday thing is not available? Really? Am I just dumb? I mean, that's, yes, but also it's not. It's crazy. Heh, I thought, haha. Well, sorry. I thought it would have been way easier. Yeah. Sad. Anyways, so here, again, what I was saying is in here, you have a lot of these. So you need to already be in there in Japan with a proper visa to be able to get the job. So I could have had these jobs, like basically when I was there, and I couldn't at that point. So yeah. So Japan dev has been pretty good overall, but it's also mostly dev, as I was saying, and therefore you don't need much Japanese or not as much Japanese as you would in other places. Like the Japanese business level required is basically where I kind of stand right now. I'm not there yet, but I'm about to be there. I'm currently in conversational, yes, and that is a thing. But yeah, I need to reapply on this one, to be honest, because this one was okay, but they are paying nothing. So I think I scared them last time because I basically asked for double what they wanted to pay without really saying anything. But, you know, these are pretty good books, as in they are fundamentals. I'm reading the titles, and you should be good. The principles of logo design will give you a ton of content that is changing. Not wrong, but changing. As in, the current state of logo design is way different than when that book, if that's the one that I have in mind, since it might not be. But yeah, the Principles of Logo Design is a pretty good book. It's just dated-ish. There's a lot of new tech that has been included and integrated in the workflow of most people now. And also there are a ton of new things where logo needs to be displayed. When you look at these books that are how can I say that? From before, not really, but from before. I think, right? That's the that's the one, right? No, that's not the one. It is the one. That's the one you took? If that's the one, you good. If it's, I have another one in my head. Okay, cool. So this one is a 2022 edition, which means that it has more up-to-date content, which is okay. The thing that I was about to say is in some of the older books, and the one that I have in mind that I basically learned with in school and 20 years ago, these things have recommendation for technology that doesn't exist anymore. As in, you will probably hear at some point in your logo design journey that you need your logo to work in a monochromatic way. So it's highly recommended to have like a single heavy color and to ensure that the logo works in like pure black or pure white. This stems from something that is called a fax machine. That's the reason. And printers. So it's not a bad thing. I'm gonna wait for a second. I'm a wait. I'm a wait because it's an important thing. I missed a message earlier, so I'm gonna just do that. You think you're doing immersion, and I have learned way more doing immersion than ever the traditional route. Good. That is good, Dragonflix, if you are not in ads as well. The current recommendation for immersions is podcast. If you are into like learning Japanese, podcast is going to be way easier and way better for you in terms of immersion than anime or other things. The main reason that we have as a recommendation for using podcast instead of anime is or ebooks, audiobooks, is because in a podcast, most of the time, if a podcast is 2 hours long, it is 2 hours of chatting. If it's an anime, you probably have in the 25 minutes of the anime episodes, you probably have 15 minutes of chatting, and the rest is gonna be activities, feelers, actions, all that. Anyways, I stopped chatting when you said you were in an ad. So some of these principles of having logos in pure black or pure white, usually pure black, is mostly for fax machines and printers and things that we still use but not as much. And when it comes to printers, we still use printers, but they are way better than what we used to have. So that is data that is good to take into consideration when you are building your logo, but it's not necessary anymore. There's a ton of new tech that don't require that, and there's also a ton of new things where, or a lot of companies that have never had their logo on a printed thing. Like they don't send letters, the invoices are automatically sent through emails, and the only way the person knows about the brand is through the website because they don't have an office, they don't have anything. So in these older books, the one that I have to learn or had to learn, there are some recommendations and things that are like outdated. For the one that you took, which is a 2022 edition, you should be good. You should be good. That's what that's it. That's all I was saying. That's it. Oh, I see that. So yeah, overall, I really have a bit of a hard time with books, personally speaking, for that reason, because some of them are outdated really fast. Most of the one that you have stated or cited, given us names, the titles, are foundational and structural. Therefore, I'm kind of okay with them. Like graphic design fundamentals, creating a brand identity, principle of logo design, designer's dictionary of color. Yes, but also, um, yeah. Rifi, hi, welcome in. The first question: how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? That is the question. And then, can you drop a link to something? Yes. I mean, if you want to share a link to Figma, that would be better. But if you want to image, why not? Why not? So yeah, overall, the books are foundational and fundamentals off and principles off. Therefore, you should be good. Just make sure that if you see something and you feel like you have like a bit of a gut feeling that this tech or this reasoning that the author is giving you of why you should do something a certain way, question it. Like, figure it out. Why is that the case? Do they explain that in their books? Look out something else, like another source of information for that reasoning. If you see like multiples and you feel like it's still wrong, that maybe you are right. That can happen. Not often, that can happen. So with that in mind, if you have like a principle that sounds not adapted to a specific use case, ensure you do some research to make sure that you understand why the principle has been defined this way. And again, based on the edition of the book and when it was written the first time, because you can have re-editions, you could be okay. You could be okay. But yeah, other than that, yeah. Huh. So yeah, Rishi, if you want to share a link, you can. Unless you're typing your how are you, who are you, how did you find the stream answer. I don't know. I see. Didn't you say that you did something on Monday? That was the day 8, I guess. I'm guessing. If you want me to take a look at it, before Centrals when we can. Also, I know that's... I mean, you probably know better than me when it comes to that, but things can happen, schools can happen, other interests can happen, and don't necessarily force them to do the thing if they don't enjoy it as much. You know, I don't really mind if you have yours and it's done. We can take a look at yours, and then if Shintaro's has finished his later, we can take a look at his. um, mm. If you want to learn Figma, you can ask any question you have here. And yeah, where are you from? Also, and the drinks, yes, often for me, sadly. But yeah, I've been a designer for 20 years, roughly 18, 19. doing some digital things for the past 16 years and 14, 16. And yeah, I'm just helping on the internet. And I've helped a ton of people learning how Figma works. So yeah. The current week is a mobile and is not a fan of mobile. Good. Mobile has been it's one of these things where you you start your design journey usually with like the desktop version, and then you move on to mobile and you do some things and you hate it because you don't have enough space. Yes, you can link your draft. It is okay. And then and then you hate it and you want to go back to desktop. And then you go back to desktop and you enjoy it and you need to do mobile again. So you go back to mobile and you hate it. And then you do it for a certain amount of time. And then you need to go back to desktop and you're like, I don't want to go back to desktop. Mobile is so much better. I am in that camp right now. I've done full width desktop sites for so long, basically the past 7 years, and with some sprinkles of mobiles here and there. And before that, I did mobile, maybe only, kinda, not really, but kinda, for 4.5, 5 years. So even more than that. Yeah, whatever. And so when I moved from mobile to desktop, I was like, yeah, I have more space now. And now I just want to ensure that I have anything compacted into tiny spaces. So I rather use that. Anyways, send me the send me the image. Send me the image. That is debatable. I guess you need to explain what that is. Because that's not. That is not much. I need some context on this one. It doesn't make a lot of sense. 10. God damn. 10. um. I don't see any picture, Riffy. That's the thing. I don't see anything. There's nothing other than this on the file that you, or at least on the link that you sent. So if it's the second link, if they are related in any ways, this one is something. This is not. It's not impossible, but it's not what Figma is for mostly. Like the main usage of Figma is going to be to do some UI design rather than graphic design. You can do graphic design in Figma, but it's not recommended and or like a good idea overall. So I would highly recommend you to take a look at other platforms that would be better for this types of output, as in Procreate could be good, Pixelmator could be good, Photoshop could be better but more expensive, therefore Affinity Designer would be good to achieve similar outputs. And if you do want the painting thing that you had shared earlier, like the first link here, that is going to be much better and much easier in like Procreate? No. The best tool that you will have for poster designs as of right now is going to be for free. I'm going to rephrase that. For free is going to be Affinity Designer. Designer or photo, whichever, but like this one, which is kind of similar to Illustrator, is going to be much better to get like a bit of a better understanding of how poster works. That is one of the tools, right? Which I kind of appreciate. The other one is going to be Pixelmator. I think Pixelmator just got acquired by Apple. I think. Yes. Right there. So I don't know if it's acquired or just joining forces, but usually joining forces means acquired. So these two are the softwares that do better in terms of poster design. And then the other things, or the last one, is going to Procreate. This one is mostly on iPad, so that's a different thing. It's not really existing on desktop, but it's just way cheaper. You didn't. So with all of that in mind, rather than doing some poster design like this in Figma, I would rather you do that in one of these tools. Affinity Designer is going to be same thing. To me, it's good because it's a one-time payment, as far as I remember, and you pay for it once, and then you have it, and that's it. If you want to go with like the whole suit thing, you can, and it's good, but it's also like kind of more expensive, so I get it. And then Pixelmator is good for photo retouching and other activities, and Procreate is just for poster and graphic design. So that is pretty good. Figma is usually for things like this. If you're trying to do not that, if you're trying to build like an app and you want the design to be done, you're going to use Figma or you're going to use Sketch, which are the two main platforms, but they are mostly for UI design, yes. Most of the time. That's just so bad. The full suit is 180. Jerome, hi, welcome on in. How are you? So, with that in mind, highly recommend Procreate and or Affinity. That happens. For posters. I have a ton of people in my following. The thing that I just shared on Figma is the design file, then the content is made by Stony in code. But it's a different thing. Yes. If you want like some fun stuff, one second. Oh, which platform? Instagram? Yes. That is true. That is pretty true. Let me see if I save this. I doubt it. There's someone that used to be in chat often that kind of went to doing some graphic design, and the graphic design that they do is pretty cool, and they do a lot of posters and other things. Oh, that's cute. And I don't think I saved the thing, so it's gonna be complicated for me to find it again. But I probably will. Probably will at some point. Nonetheless, everything's just titties. I can't show you that. I mean, I can. I won't. That is the difference. But yeah, no, graphic design is or posters design is going to be a bit different, and I could highly recommend you to take a look at other things. Photoshop is enough for everything. It is. It is. Photoshop can do Vectorworks, it can do UI, it can do illustration, it can do effects, it can do everything. But it's Adobe behind it. It costs money if you want to do that legally. And yeah. These ones are the open source route, which, I mean, you know me, I'm not in that thing. But yeah, like these people are doing a ton of graphic designs to me. And they're really cool. But that's not the thing that I was looking for. Anyways, Photoshop can do most of the things. If you, I mean, my take will always be the same. If you know Photoshop, or if you know one tool and you're good in one tool, and the tool that you know does all of the thing that you need it to do, you don't need to learn anything else. Like, it's not necessary. It's good for your sake, but it's not necessary. So if Photoshop is good for you and you know how to use it, use Photoshop. Like that, it's gonna be my take 95% of the time. Yes, but would you be able to do the same thing that you're doing in Figma in Photoshop? Like, are you trying to achieve something in Photoshop that you can't, and Figma does it? So that is the main take. The other thing that I'm kind of thinking about, it's going to be this. If you're looking for graphic design and animated graphic design, Modify is going to be really cool, mainly because it is, in the current state of things, better than most of the platforms that exist in terms of animations and interactive graphic design. So if you're doing posters, you can 100% create like some posters that are cool. Khalil, hi.
TG_Khalil raided my stream with 13 viewers.
How was the stream? As always, welcome on in. Hi, I'm AOA, I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. I hope everything was fine.
TG_Khalil just resubscribed for 33 months. Hello you.
I don't have bills to throw to my face, but 33 months? God damn. God damn. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Welcome back. It's 33. I haven't been streaming for 33 months. That's not true. But yeah, welcome on in. I hope the stream was good. I saw two big ass messages. 1 second. I mean, yes, hence how I have for the past, however many years, but Figma does it so much better for UI type. Yes. Just make more sense, more organized, easier to manage long term. Yes. Ish. I feel like I'm answering Chris first. I feel like if you are someone who knows Photoshop and you want the organization of Figma, you move to Illustrator, which is what I did. I went from Photoshop to Illustrator because we needed some vector graphics for billboards and things that will be printed on buildings. So that needed basically like good quality pictures and good quality vectors graphics that can be scaled. So I moved from Photoshop to Illustrator. And in Illustrator, you can do basically everything that you can do in Figma, but it's just a bit more clunky. And then they built XD when Figma and Sketch kind of took off. But yeah, if you know Photoshop, you will be good in Illustrator because it has the same interface. Nonetheless, I do still prefer Figma, but it's a me thing. And then Rifi, you said in my country, digital license culture is at zero. Anything that can be taken for free is taken. Yes. Although it is, of course, interesting what those who unlearn or use their own and working in countries where privacy is penalized. Yes. Piracy is penalized. So I have a ton of legal links from Russia, specifically links on VK that are giving me access to things for free. And if the content is good, then I'm still going to buy the thing for the creator because that's a thing that I can do. But yes, so I recognize that. I said nothing, you heard nothing. And then one more thing I didn't read. So that's the last thing. Also, Tony, you missed this as a reference. I was talking about Modify. Modify is a pretty interesting, not vector, but like interactive graphics. So you can do posters and banners and things in there that will then have some interactivity based on cursor movement, based on placements, based on a ton of things. And it's fun to use. It's easy to grasp, kinda. And Rifi, because you are trying to do some posters, this tool is what comes to mind to me right now because it is or has this more interesting way of creating posters. So that is, yeah, kind of what I would recommend. It is it's free. It's free. It's free. It's free. I think you have like some sort of a limitation in terms of the amount of thing that you can have. And yeah, that's the thing. The credits for the AI usage, because it's based on some AI stuff, but you can also do the one-time payment for 500 images or 5,000 images for 50 bucks. It's just a credit-based thing. So if you have your graphics and your images and your things, you don't need to generate images. Uh, it's, it's free. It is free. So that's good. So yeah. Free. Again. There. So that's one of the things that I could recommend you to take a look at and potentially like explore how it works, how it could be useful for you in terms of using that. And for now, I have my bitmap, I have my pattern refraction that is right here. I can move it around, I can change its intensity, I can change things. And all of that is thing that you can do. Can I download the full? Yeah. I mean, the full Adobe package is going to be good to an extent. The thing that I don't really like about it is the fact that it basically locks you into only that. Like, you don't really have any choice after that. Once you have oh, that's cute. Once you have only experienced Adobe product and you are kind of good with Adobe products, it will become kind of complicated for you to use something else, if that makes sense. But yeah, so this is really impressive in terms of how things work, and you can do the animations and all that. Nonetheless, so these tools are free-ish to an extent. Most of them, like Procreate, I think doesn't have a trial version. So you need to buy it. And that's not something that you will be able to buy for free, I think. I'm rusty when it comes to piracy in apps. But same thing, Pixelmator is free if you have a Mac, and Affinity Designer is free trial period, and you're good. So I would highly recommend you to take a look at these tools rather than doing this types of design in Figma. Figma is good for UI, but also right. It depends. And the other one that you shared earlier, the painting is going to be more for Procreating for me. So yeah. Again, you can. It's not meant to. So I'm gonna say something now that is contradicting what I was saying, which is you can 100% go into Figma and do things that are not supposed to be done and achieve things that are not just UI design. You have the ability to go in and create UI design that have some physical effects, some rendering of lights, all that is an option. To achieve this, you kind of need to get to a certain level first before you can do that. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, subscription is not a good model, so that's why um, that's why Affinity is like a one-time payment. Procreate is a one-time payment. Pixelmator, I think, is a one-time payment. Modify is a credit-based system, so if you don't use the credits, you have credits. That's the thing. What? Yeah. And again, if you're me, you can do that with Figma. Like that's the thing. It's feasible. It's an option. You can do that. But in order to achieve this, you need like understanding of way more stuff. So again, you can do these types of graphic design and other posters in Figma. It's just not the best tool for me. Nonetheless, going back to the initial thing, which is taking a look at it as a piece, I think with the way that you have the text cut out from the paper, if it's a cutout, this element, this element, this element here, these floating bits can't float. Like if you cut paper, they will fall apart. So using a military font would be better to have like bits of paper still holding on to these elements of the fonts. So that's a recommendation. The other thing is the colorimetry in between the green paper and the picture in the background is pretty good because the picture is kind of bluish greenish, and so that matched together. So that's cool. The purple at the bottom, I don't know if these are your colors, why not? But yeah, one of the things that I would potentially say is having these on a scale level rather than this. And so what I'm saying a scale level is basically you have first word highlighted, second word highlighted, third word highlighted, fourth word highlighted, and then same thing second time, first, second, third, fourth. So it gives you like a bit more dynamism. Dynamism? Yes, that. Though, if you're interested in poster design, it would be better to not take a course because it's not necessary, but Pinterest is really good for me every time for these. And look at poster designs in whatever. Like right now, you're kind of using these as a similar behavior. You have a cutout of a picture and the text is cut out from the top section. So in terms of inspiration, you can get that like this. That doesn't work for me. That cutout is just these. Give me a bit of a spider web, something that hold the elements. I don't know. It feels weird. Nonetheless, does it really mean anything in all of that? Good. In all of that, you may see things like this, for example, which are not cut out, but they are opposite colors. So you have like a yin and yang type of layout where the bottom section goes into the top section goes into the bottom section, and they work together. That is an interesting thing to have, but all of these things, again, are going to be pretty useful for you to just take a look at and get inspired by if you have access to Pinterest. As always, Pinterest is one of my favorite platform for inspiration. All of that is going to give you like a bit of a understanding of how things are made, and then you can also have some research on the grid layouts, or either the grid layouts or the Swiss layout things. Like Swiss poster or Swiss design posters are known to be good. Appreciated, good on the eyes, all of that. So could recommend you to take a look at that. But like the one I'm looking for specifically is not the one that I'm seeing. Like these things, these predate, and you have a ton of them, but basically you have a focal point. You want the people to get their eyes to see something specific, and usually it's either at the center of the poster or at the center of something, or a point of attraction here and there. So for you on this thing, the point of attraction is the center, but the center left, and that's, I'm not saying that as a bad thing. It's just like that might be good. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. So yeah, Pinterest for inspiration, pretty good. Highly recommend it. And understanding layout is going to be the most important thing in the beginning, for sure. The layout that you currently have is pretty okay, like it works. And it's mostly going to be some purposeful is really complicated, things that you do on purpose. So right now, if I'm looking at it from here, full screen, nothing else, I'm just seeing the poster itself, it feels as if you had dropped things on the piece of paper and say, okay, we done. So the intent and the purpose of the placement feels out of place, as in like the bottom element here has a lot of space in between the text layer and the border of the screen or the poster. The indent is not really there, and all of these things could be changed, replaced, modified, all of that. Like you could do a ton of things. That's interesting. The I guess some of the example that we have are the red posters. These are a set of Swiss design posters that have been really popular. I guess typography. Yes. That's a lot of words. But it's gonna give you some basics for the layouts. I think Chris has something about that. Academy, I guess. Yes. I forgot in which it is. I'd say it's probably in there. I think I have seen this one, but I haven't read the entire thing. There is the poster design critique here and here. I don't know if it's the same things, but these are good. There is one specific one that I'm looking for, which is the layout design. I think it's this one. This one or this one, whichever. Nonetheless, both are a good idea. There is a ton in there in layout and learnings. If you have access to YouTube, and it's, I mean, you probably do, but these channels are pretty good. And the Future Academy contains a ton of things about design and graphic design in general. That's a highly recommended platform and things to learn. Other than that, yeah, I've seen this one. Nonetheless, all the content in there is going to be pretty interesting and good for learning. If you're learning for free, YouTube is really good. If you're learning for free, my stream is very good as always. Though, if the way that I'm speaking, the way that I'm trying to explain things doesn't work for you and the YouTube video works better, do that. Like, I'm good, but I'm not the cup of tea of everyone, so I get that. But other than this, I think this is a more on purpose type of situation, but I also feels like it's dated in terms of how things currently are in poster design. So going back to where you, or the link that you shared earlier, in the recommended pins that are not there, that are that were at the bottom, there were some that were pretty current design. Let me see if I can find that. It was somewhere. It was the Fuji poster thing. We saw it a second ago. And you don't have it here. Let me check. Eh. Basically this one, but the other one that we saw a second ago. But this is a bit more of the current trend that I'm seeing, where people are doing things like this, where they have typography insetted in the environment. So for you, it would be something that the typography would go behind the bridge, for example, to be integrated with the picture, or things like this, which have like a ton of sci-fi-ish textures and elements. Like all of these things right there are the current trend. We are seeing a ton of these as well, which are metal textures or rendering that are not supposed to happen on or with the picture, with a photograph. Like that shine is kind of uncanny, not really something. So copying is good. Copying to understand is better. But doing duplicates is basically how I learned most of the things that I know. And if right now you're just duplicating things, do that. If you do something 10,000 times, you will have mastery of that thing, but you will also have ideas of how to make it better. So if you make pancakes, let's do that. If you're someone that bakes and you make pancakes, and you're someone that is interested in improving your recipes, you will do your pancakes for the 10,000 times, and maybe you will change a bit of butter, maybe a bit of different eggs, maybe a bit less flours, maybe different things in it to improve because you learn from the previous times. It's the same thing in design. You do the same thing many times, and then one day you're like, well, I've been doing that button the exact same way for 3 weeks. Maybe I can change it. Maybe I can try something new based on the other thing that I've learned. So if you're doing like visual arts and graphic design, and posters is the thing that is interesting to you, look at the current state of the design. Again, these things are, to me, somehow the current state of the design languages. Like these things I'm seeing now, fluid design often. The glass effect, the 3D is really common. This is also something that I've seen many times. It's an interesting design choices. It doesn't mean that I will do the exact same thing, but by seeing it and by trying to reproduce it, I know how to do that. And so for you right now, you are in the stage of duplicating and copying, which is fine, as long as you don't duplicate something and then and then just use that for a client. So the thing that you can see here is that these are static and just image based, and then this one is animated, this one is animated, and the more you see things, the more animation there will be in posters. So right now, because we are moving into a state of more advertising posters in ads, banners, billboards, like digital billboards, you can go into creating things that are like more animated. So that's the thing that you could be interested in. But same thing, like you need to learn how to make these if you like them. And then once you have done most of the thing that you'd like to do, you will probably get your style. But it's basically a repetition game in the beginning. Who, him? What do you mean dealing with him? Him, who? Oh, him. This one, I see. Yes, don't worry about it. I get it. I got it. That took me a while. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I get it. Yeah. Can't do much. I can't do much. So yeah, Riffy, that's about it. I think that's what I could recommend as a test. Also, don't hesitate to get into texturing more. The other one that I do like is Indiground. You probably have the entirety of this available somewhere. I'm saying that because I know where it is. But it exists. It's good. And Indiground has a ton of resources, including like paper textures, a lot of things that can help you to build somehow posters. I think you want some dust in your textures. You want some other things. All day. Like it can help. And a lot of these things are free or have a free version. So, you know, fun stuff. So yeah, that would be my recommendation. Chris, I need to take a look at that. You send me more pictures now? That loading is just bad. Why so many? Why so many? Okay. So we can't really zoom in while on Discord, which is sad, but I'm gonna do my best to zoom in physically and then hope that you see everything. This one is pretty good. The open browser, I need to do that on the 10 of them. That's gonna piss me off. You can't really define the indentation of text unless you do it manually, which is an option. But yeah, you can do spaces, use the space bar, or use like tabs. That's not gonna work entirely. If you make it a video, we'd be fine with that. Yeah, you can't really, Reefy, you can't really do what you're asking, or maybe I don't understand exactly what you're asking. I don't think you can bind the indented text to square size. I mean, you could, if your question is to how to resize content. Is that what you're asking? I mean, I'm saying that, but maybe you don't know what I'm saying. It's not necessarily auto layout. I think the question is this. Right now, we have this, and the question is if you do this, it doesn't grow, right? And what you want to have is this, right? I think. Yes. So this is the K tool. In in Figma, you have the ability to scale elements or like resize element freely with the V tool. If you go into the K tool, which is right here, scale, right there, K, for scale, you will have the ability to just scale whatever the fuck you have selected, and therefore you can have your content scale. And you can also change the values right from here. That makes more sense. That's one thing. Second thing that's pretty important is if your element is here, by double clicking on the side, whichever, like here, 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 it will resize itself to hug the content. So that's the thing. For you, I would say if you are on this interface, or whichever, it's the same, but do Command P or Control P and type shortcut. If you type shortcut, you will have keyboard shortcuts right there, right here. And that will bring you this UI that contains all of the keyboard shortcuts that the tool has. Anything that is in blue is something that you have used in the past. Everything that is in white is something that you have never used yet, and you can learn them. So essentials are here. Tools, basic tools are going to be there. And yeah, every title that is blue is something that you have mastered, you have used all of the shortcuts. Anything that is in white is you haven't used some of them. So right now for me, I haven't used these two and these two. So I don't even know what that is. Alt/? Oh, interesting. Shift/? Remove stroke. So yeah, the shortcuts are in there, and there are some of them that I never used. Because no need. No need. Alright, so this is good. I don't like some things, but for now, this is pretty good. This one is the same, so we're good on that. I don't mind. That's okay. That's weird. I saw it earlier. This is weird. This is good. It's the same. And then that the first thing that I've seen, or that my brain went to, is that's a lot of questions. So you have log in, create an account. Then you need to answer so many things that are in different spaces. And I'm sure you could create like a more compact UI for this, as in age range. It's a range of 2 ages. It starts at 24 and it goes up at 55 plus. And you just have a range that goes to 24 or goes like from 24 to up. So it's 24 younger. And then if you go to the other side, it's just 55 plus. But that way you have like that kind of range things. That's option number 1. And then when you go here, you can also have these options as square blocks to take less space. And then that's a second page. So I would personally have combined age range, gender, or identity. And then this and this. The reason why I said this feels weird is because this one looks out of place. All the other buttons that we've seen so far are pill buttons. Pill buttons, pill buttons, cards, pill buttons, pill buttons, pill buttons, pill buttons, cards. So you have like this cards in the middle that comes out of nowhere, and I don't mind the design itself. I mind the fact that it's not matching the rest of the previous screens that I've seen.
L Gabster is now following.
Oh, Gabster, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. So that's the thing that I saw here. And then these are the same thing. I feel like you should have or could have.
Reefy_dar_toad is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that, Reefy. Welcome in. These, some of them could be combined. Same thing. Like experience plus ideal time plus stay on track could kind of be combined, as in if you are a beginner, we might recommend you to stay on track. But if you select it's already part of my routine, there is no need for me to remind you because it's already part of your routine. So that you know, like pre-selecting things, and the I'll set my own. I'll set my own schedule. That's a bit of a different thing, which is basically uh, the same as part of my routine already. So details that could be combined together. This thing is also kind of the same range, where if you had a range of beginning of the day, end of the day, and you just range through, could work. And dedicated design approach. It's nice to see stream like this, where design is important. Design is all I've done for the past 20 years. So yes, it is. Work on it. I've been trying to build an app, so it's hard for me to do code. This is someone else's work. This is Chris's work. Chris's does in chat above you. That's a design challenge that they do as part of improving themselves. And yeah, that I'm just reviewing it and helping, giving pointers and things that I feel like could be better, improved, changed. This one was weird for me. Again, this is a European pattern. I think US pattern as well, but European pattern. Yes is on the right, and no is on the left. This is weird for me. And then, now that I take a look at it, this is not a yes or no section. This is a toggle. Do you want to have affirmation? Toggle, yes, no. Don't worry. Yeah, a switch is going to be much better than that, because right now if I'm pressing yes, I'm expecting to like start the thing, but no, I need to press on the yellow button at the bottom. Then I am arriving here based on the content that I have defined prior, and the design is good, except that that tab bar is kind of weird. So the explanation that I will have for this, you made it as the tab bar is recessed inside of the screen. Fine. But you made it as if the selected element is recessed in the recessed thing. So you have two levels of deep to kind of go in and deep dive in the element because of how the shadows are. You have your shadows at the top here, which implies that this is an inner shadow, and then you have a secondary inner shadow here. So that overall makes the ID recessed. But it's on top of things that are not recessed. So that makes less sense to me. Like, if your content was to go on top of the tab bar and float above, I would understand. But it's not the case. Your content is going underneath. So it's a bit of a weird behavior, because you have a hole in the screen that shows something that is underneath the floor being your background, but your elements don't fall into that. So physically speaking, it's not entirely good. The references that we will have lately on design, overall design, is gonna be, do we have one on my home screen? No, we do not. Um, is gonna be... God damn it. Yeah, shit like this, but not entirely. Come on. Every time I'm talking about something, yeah, shit like this. So if you wanted to recess the tab bar, you could do that. You could have your main container to be above the content of the tab bar, and then the tab bar would be visually underneath, um, rather than something else, if that makes sense, in terms of recessing elements. And a ton of people, as I said, a ton of people are doing this right now. This is the current trendy-ish type of navigation tab bars. Like, really, it is the trendy thing. So I'm seeing that almost every day. People resetting things. Whereas here, this one is the same thing that you have made, but it's at the top, and the content that you are looking at is underneath. So you wouldn't be distracted by the fact that things don't go inside, and it's also probably cut like somewhere around here, or the entire thing just scroll width. I don't know that thing. At what point does the hill climb racing ad open? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. And I haven't used the index, so I can't really do it side by side just yet. I want this so much. I love this bitch. This bitch ass token is so good. I love it. Anyways, so that's the there's a tab bar thing, initial tab bar thing for me. The rest of the app, the cards are pretty good. The spacing is pretty good. The placements are making sense. The only thing that is kind of offset again is that section feels out of place. I might do that for this one, because yeah, it is without really being dang. But you have like 1 pixel, 2 pixels of difference with your carousel at the bottom and the top elements. The rest is really aligned. It's just the bottom ones that are not. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Details. And then the last screen that we have is this one. We took back what you had made in the playlist on Dallas Wild, the website. I recognize that kind of S-shape-ish type of thing, and that's fine. It's a fine thing. It's just a bit complicated and annoying to build, but other than that, it's fine. The player is good. The buttons make sense. It's just a tab bar again that has this recessed, and yeah, other than that, the screen's pretty good. It might be a bit complicated to see the like. I didn't see it in the first place, so I don't know. But other than that, pretty good. The thing that I didn't talk about on this one is the size of that text. I know it's the text that you don't want people to read anyways, but it's tiny. It is tiny. It's tiny. Other than that, pretty good. And then you gave me this. You think it's 12 points. Yes, but what's the size of the screen? So that can change. That's Shinchuru's one, I see. What's that? What's that? Same thing. Um, God damn. Okay. This one is the background is way too strong. Like it has way too much importance, and the buttons don't because they are transparent. So contrast ratio, same thing as usual, have a bit of an issue. The second thing that I'm seeing that is really not good for me is these icons. These icons, no good. So regular rule of thumb, if you have an input, that's an input, and you need an icon somewhere, right? Let's say you need an icon somewhere around here. The rule of thumb is you ensure that the space that you have top and bottom is equal, and then you ensure that the space that you have on the left or right, wherever you want the thing to be, is equal. So right now it's 10, 10, 10, and now we're good. That way, if the icon is supposed to be a circle thing, and the input is supposed to be a circle a circle thing as well, it's in place. Right now, what we have on the input is this. This is no good. Details, but that matters at the end of the day. Like that's a misalignment that will be visible and recognized by some people. So yeah, other than that, background is way too strong. I would make it like darker to have more contrast ratio. The rest is pretty okay. Placement is good. I like this a lot. I don't like the font. Same thing as last time. The accessibility of that font, secondary font, is really bad. First of all, it's in caps. That makes no sense. It's extremely thin, and it's not contrasted enough to be read. So highly recommend you to change the fonts. And it also feels like the line height is a bit too cramped. Yeah, I would say that on this one. The button is also like not important enough. This one kind of kills me. It's just Christmas. There's lights everywhere, and yeah, it's just, I don't. So one of the things that you can do for these is having them in black and white, or in like opacity or whatever you want to have, and they lights up here and there, as in yes, if it's intended to have animation, that would be pretty good to have just the light pops in, or the color pops in and then goes out. Any site or program design that you think straight up? Oh yeah, everything that is from the government is usually not the greatest design-wise, but its accessibility is good. So yeah. And then here, I saw that earlier, but if you look at the the progress bar at the top, it moves by like a pixel, and then it moves way more here. So there is a thing in consistency, alignment across your design. Always that it needs to be like just checked to ensure that things are aligned and working. But that's not the main point of this screen specifically. This screen specifically is the font in the cards is way too small. Like, but like always. Um, and the importance, again, the importance of the cards based on their border makes me think that they are all very important, and then I just selected one that gives me like that highlight. I think if I need to select things, it would be necessary to have the unselected one to be less visible and the selected one to be highly visible, or the opposite, as in everything is extremely visible, and when you select one, it just fades out, which is making no sense. So, first option, much better. So, different borders, better fonts, better spacing, yes. And a different button here. Uh, Overall, this layout is really brand new layout. And going back to the consistency thing, sans serif font, sans serif font, sans serif font, sans serif font everywhere, sans serif font everywhere, and then this one, serif fonts right there. I don't know where that comes from, so. Overall, layout is okay. Accessibility is bad. Consistency is not the greatest. But pretty good. Pretty good job. You did a good job, Chris, on this one. Better than the previous ones. And also it's mobile, so that's fun. Let me check these two things. Oh, I can't. You're welcome. Yeah. Ah, yeah, well, that makes sense. That's what it is. Yeah, yep. I couldn't read that. So yeah, overall, good job. Um, cool. That's good. See, I received feedback on the app. I post about it. And now the person in question. That's the type of thing that I should just screenshot and get like on the marketing website. Like that. Ah, like that. That, yes, yes, yes. That's the question. Can't break the app. Because, I mean, the reason why I have this, can't break the app, is because of this. I've been we've had like 1,000 sessions and almost 600 testers, like active invites and installs in total. No crashes. Like, no crashes at all, which is perfect. No feedback either on Apple feedback, but as a whole, I'm really impressed with that. Really impressed with that. And apparently, right now we have a bit of an issue with the scroll views, as in, oh, Cool. So, since kind of, some people have been requesting to have access to the app with iOS 17. I did a change to have it support iOS 17, and apparently 2 people that have iOS 17 installed are getting scrolling issues. That's bad. That's bad. I need to figure that out. I don't know what's happening that makes it not good. Because apparently, as that person just said, if you scroll in between the elements, like if you scroll here, you're good. But if you scroll here, you're not good. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Huh. I didn't know I could do that. What the fuck did I do? I broke something. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out to fix it. But yeah, reactivity is important. Some people have been like sending a feedback and it was fixed at the same instant, just because I knew where it was. So that's the old one. And god damn it. This website is just, I hate it so much. Nothing works as expected. Huh. I kind of like the new design more right now, from what I'm looking at. Can I zap stuff? Give me like get the fuck out. Thank you. Cool. No ads. Yeah. The background, yeah. The background is basically what we did on Spotify, and what I kind of pushed to Stony. Yeah. So there was this, basically there was like a card and a content. And now it's not. I like the player here a tad better than the player here, but I do understand why the player has changed. And both works. It's a bit of a complicated to justify reorganization of the navigation. You have the user that are used to decide navigation and the profile here, and then you swap the entire thing and give them top navigation profile on the other side, basically at the exact opposite of the screen. So that is complex, and then the users that are used to having the play button in the center of the screen, it's now on the other side. So that probably gets some to get used to, but overall I kind of like this design a bit better in terms of simplicity and visual ease. So yeah. I like it. Both of them. I like both of them. Both work. Sorry. Hmm. 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 Oh, I see. Yeah. Does that adapt to something? Like, is it based on something specific? As in, it behaved this way because you did something? Like, you zoomed out? If that's the case, then that's fine. Sorry, I'm thinking in code. Can you believe that? You probably can't. I can't either. Um, so apparently here on my scroll view, because of the lazy grid, I'm getting an issue mainly because of the gesture. Hmm. Ta-da, here? No. So the gesture still works on that scroll view. It's now extremely slow. Thank you. I'm kidding. That works. Yeah, that works. That's a lot of things that seems to not go well. I get that. I get that. You did good, Stony. Hmm. I. Yeah. It works. I think it works. I mean, if all it takes, or all it took, was the mustache, I don't know if it had anything to do with it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if I shave, eh, I see. Yeah, the only thing that I don't like about Pinterest is it doesn't have a dark mode on desktop. Um, Good. Is it system based? It almost is. It almost is. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Ha! I knew that. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Um, I do shave from time to time, Jerome. Also, Jerome, I had a thing for you. I mean, a thing for you. From time to time, I pop into your stream when you're on the sidebar, and you change your colors often. I think. You good? Like I think you were orange one day, and then I came back you were blue, or maybe you have the colors based on the activities. Your stream colors. Do you have the VODs? I don't think you do. Because of music. That's me. Yeah, no clips. No clips, no VODs, nothing. Yeah, I've seen. I mean, I felt like you were in a specific theme the first time I came in your stream, and then I came back, it was orange, and then I came back some days later, it was blue. So, yeah. Jordan, hi, welcome back. How have you been? How's everything? The art gallery. I still can't pronounce the name. Lade. What? I'm not saying I don't like the color, I'm saying that I don't have... I didn't come in your stream often enough to know that you had cycling colors options, and now that you explained it, I don't mind it. I like the blue that you have, and I like the orange that you have. So you know. I speak Simlish for a second. I mean, Rifi, if you want to share, you can. Though if you are like in drawings, I wouldn't be able to say anything about it. There. Why did you want me to load that, Stony? No, not Siri, Stony. Forget about it. Yeah, when you do mobile first, it's easier. That's pretty good. That transition is kind of... Yeah, I've been kind of waiting for dyeing my hair again. Oh, that's crazy. Ah, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I saw. You see that? You see that shadow? That's a strong shadow. Strong shadow. You might want to not. I know you're still working on it. It's fine. You know what? As long as it works, I'm fine with it. it needs to be either stronger or lighter. Like it's in the middle of it feels like a mistake. You have had one for 15,000 days. You have them already. Like that shadow is a bit strong. Nonetheless, you are probably using the basic components that you are having in Ionic, and therefore I'm fine with that. That's it. You tried to do the buttons, but once again you did them the other way. I don't know how you figure it out. Like, not figure it out, but like specifically not figure it out. As in, we have the buttons right there, and the gradient they have is lighter to darker, and the gradient you have here since the beginning has been darker to lighter, which is the pressed version. It's when you press, it should be like this. You know, right there. That's on press, because the button is like this. Then you press it, so the light bounce on the bottom instead of the top, because it's not round. You know, design details. And no, Jordan, this is Figma. This is code, and this is code, but on the browser. It's a live code.
Code Fellowship is now following.
Code Fellowship, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. I know you like it. I know you like it. But if you could not. You know, at some points, because you asked, I kind of removed any shadows, gradients, things from the button, and the button that you have access to here on the fixed for the dev thing are flat, like as flat as I could make them. They don't have any gradients, they don't have anything. It's just flat color. If you want to bring back some shadows, we can. But as said, light is coming from the top. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. What are you coding? If you're coding anything specific, with your name being Code Fellowship, I guess coding specific things. Specific things. There, details, sorry, whatever. I don't mind. It's okay. No, I did, yeah. You see that? I know. It doesn't work the same thing here. I see. Well, that happens. Working on releasing odd fixes. So launching a personal client website today. Good job. Congratulations on that. Here. Yeah, that shadow is a bit strong. Sturdy. A tad strong. A tad strong. That was bright. Oh, we need that now. That's fine. I Yeah, transitions are a bit complex. But you know what? I get it. I get it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I'm scared of this when I'm looking at the transition that you have in between this and this, because they both contain the same exact content. They have a title and a link, and this one is a title and a link. This one is a title and a link, but because of the sidebar, there is a sliding in and a repositioning on at the same time, so it looks as if the element was kind of doing a bit of an arched movement, which is not the case because of the resizing of the page. But what I'm scared about is once you have content and you use like a grid or something, I kind of fear the whole grid move around in the same manner, as in it will fade out, fade in, and you will have that overlap. If I'm there, here, that's what I'm scared of, because they load both at the same time. I use Mac. I use Mac OS. I've been based in Mac OS since I was born, even before. My dad's balls, probably in Mac OS, and then and now I have my PC on the side. So I use both, Windows and Mac OS, and Android and iPhone. And I tried Linux and I don't like it. And I tried Linux 10 years ago. So newer version might be better. I don't know. So yeah, so that's the thing. Like that kind of transition is weird to me. Yeah, I probably did. I stream from the Mac. Everything is from the Mac right now. I try to restream from the PC, and because I changed my GPU, it doesn't work as well as before. So I can't do that. But yeah, that fade is what I'm scared of. That's it. Otherwise, we're good. Otherwise, the rest is pretty fine. I feel like the difference in color right there, it's kind of, you know, I am tempted. about the Mac Mini. The thing is, I would need to buy a screen, and I would need to um, come on, bitch. I would need to, for my purpose, at least go there, um, and then this doesn't change much to me, but I would probably need to bump that to 48, and $400 for 24 gigs of RAM is just a robbery. That it's just that just shouldn't exist. And then I need one or the other. I just need 32 because most of the thing that I'm using, including the LLMs that I'm using for the Japanese generation of things, is using usually 16 to 18 gigs of RAM. So if I'm at 24, it's going to be okay, but I can't do anything at the same time. So 32 is my usual, and 48 is just the bump. So yeah. But overall, like, that price is pretty neat. But not in French. I need to change mine. No. Like 460 for RAM. We're gonna do the same exercises as usual. Gigabit internet is gonna be enough. I already have these. And yeah, that's it. Like, it's just, it's 256, 2,569. Nice. But if I'm going into my regular things, which is this, and I'm you know, so that's how much I would pay if I buy it in Japan, and that's how much I would pay if I buy it in France. God damn it! There is like $700 difference. Yeah, maybe. You want me to check? I can dox you. Yes, Rafi. They know the main difference is that you can't really compete with anything that Apple is proposing at an entry level. Like, there is no way. Shit, wrong button. There is no way for a PC build to be this cheap. I mean, $699 is in euros. It's $599 in dollars. But finding a $699 PC at this size with this amount of RAM, yes, but with this amount of performance is kind of crazy. Like you can't really find it. But as soon as you start tapping on things, it starts to be useless. Like $450 for an SSD. The fuck? 230 bucks for 8 gigs of RAM? The fuck? Like, yeah, that's just. It shouldn't exist. But still, at that price, this is pretty good. The thing is, with the studio is fine, but also the price. Like basically to answer your question, Tarakan, because you said that you wanted to buy a Mac. Why? MacBook Pro. The one that I have right now is the M1 version. It's not this one. And again, if you want to go with M4, which is the latest one, whichever is going to be pretty good. If you are into graphics, and I know you are into like 3D rendering, Pro or Max are going to be pretty much better, but overall they are, most of them, pretty good if you are interested in doing that on your Mac. In terms of recommendations, 14 or 16 inch at the end of the day is not really noticeable. It depends on your backpacks or your back. If your back is broken, 14. If your back is fine, 16. I have the 16. It's tiny, but it's fine. Yeah, I feel like just a 16 inch in the Pro Max is gonna cost you a kidney and a half. But yeah, the one that I have is basically this model right there. I paid 3,000. No, I paid 4,000 something. And I've been having it since, well, it was since M1, so yeah. You can use your left nut. Left nut is fine. Right nut is more expensive. So left nut would be fine. But, all right, if you are not into pro things and you don't need the performance of that on the go, the Air is unbeatable. Like, there is no platform ever where the M3 top level is not sufficient. Like, if you do code, if you do 3D, if you do streaming, whichever of these two, which is basically based on the RAM. So if you need more RAM, 24. If you don't, whatever. But the Air is going to be much better. And just go with the light color or dark gray, but don't go for the midnight. The midnight is shit. But yeah, that's the recommendation. Because you cannot dev for Mac if you don't have a Mac. So if you're building an app, you need a Mac. So that's some of the reasons. There's a lot of things that you don't take into consideration, Reefy, apparently, which is fine.
www.mwwww is now following.
Good job. Well, come on in, W. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? That is the usual question. Appreciate the follow. So, Reefy, the thing is, the Apple pricing kind of makes no sense and is overpriced, and I understand and I agree. But it's not that the people are not like interested in knowing what the PC world is. It's that the outside looking case are usually better on Mac. There is a status that goes with it. It's the same thing as a luxury item. If you have like a Louis Vuitton coat or bag or something, it display you as someone that is worthy enough to afford that. So this is a status type of situation. And then there's also other things that comes into play on Mac OS in general, which is I don't really have crashes. Like my Macs, unless I'm doing something that I shouldn't do. I haven't had a crash in a while. On my PC, it breaks every 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks maybe, and I do nothing with it. It just sit there. It has chat, and that's it. And it captured my mic as well. That's it. And it just not blue screen, but like reboot automatically in the middle of doing something. Installed a driver, nothing works, needs to go back to the previous things, all of that. Mac kind of never happens, but also if something doesn't work, I don't care enough to go and fix it. I will find another solution. There's that. But also to get the performance of a MacBook Pro, MacBook Air in the portability and size that it is, it's kind of not an option on PC world with that aesthetic. Like the Razer Blade, I think, were the one. I think. Yeah, these. These were the closest design-wise to a Mac, and it was on purpose. And it doesn't work. It's not as good. The sounds are bad. The keyboard is shit. The trackpad can't be like no one has that. That trackpad is just unmatched. And yeah. The keyboards on laptops is usually shit. I think XPS 13, I think, or 15. I have this one. It has a pretty okay keyboard. It does have a bit of flex, as far as I remember. But yeah. Also, I'm still Alienware on many things, and you get your performance, which is better than the Mac performance for specific tasks, but the design is kind of shit. I mean, it's not shit, but it's just different. And like, I love this. The IO in the back makes so much more sense. But it's just for someone else from the outside, an Alienware laptop is going to be not good. So they're going to go into the Lenovo Legions usually, because these makes more sense. And it's the same thing. It's almost a non-gaming looking laptop like this, but it's still not a Mac. And going back to the perceived feel, Mac is something that is associated with good, associated with quality, associated with so many things that people just don't really think about. And it's just, oh, it's a Mac, it's gonna work. And it usually does. Yeah, basically, yeah. Like, there is no other brands that I know of where I can come in the store with my computer and say, that doesn't work, it's not supposed to work like this, and they take my computer, put the data on a new computer, and give me the new computer in like an hour, and I don't pay anything. They do the same thing with the phone. Like, all of that is the type of thing that helps. There is a ton of things that also don't work and are way too expensive. But overall, like, paying 1.5K, 1.6K for a laptop of this quality, yeah, I'd be willing to do that. But also, I'm gonna go back there because that makes more sense. The people that buy Macs are not the same people in terms of activities than the people that buy a PC. Like, I bought a PC in the first place because I needed to stream, and I needed a machine that was good enough for streaming. And I stream on my PC for 3 years, roughly. And then I moved to Japan and I only had my Mac, and I streamed from my Mac and it was fine. And now the PC is just useless. So it doesn't really matter, but it's a very different crowd, as in a PC user is probably gonna, how can I say that? Play games and attempt visual things and do some tinkering here and there. A Mac user is probably gonna do some work and that's it. So you're gonna go on the internet, you're gonna do some Googling, you're gonna do some Blender here and there, maybe you do some music production, and the Mac is gonna be fine. And maybe you're like me and you need to do some design related stuff, and the Mac is gonna be fine. Because you don't need more power than that. So there is a very different demands. It's not that they are boring as fuck, it's that they don't really care about the same things. So they might be boring for you, yes, 100%. But they just don't care about the same things. Like one crowd is what is the performance, the other crowd is does it work? And the amount of like annoyance that the PC is, as in I need to do an update, I need to update the drivers, I had to do so many stuff to ensure that I have the right drivers for the mics, I needed to install third-party things to get the mic that is above the camera to work. Whereas on my Mac, I just plug the thing in. That's it. And there is nothing else happening from me. Things happen on the Mac. And it kind of happens in the same realm now with like Elgato software on the PC. I just plug a Stream Deck in, it download the latest version of the Stream Deck software, install it, it's good. But it's the same thing on the Mac. Like I do that, and it just works. Like same thing, keyboard, the Logitech MX Master MX Keys thingy. If I plug it on the Mac or if I plug it on the PC, it works out of the box because it's Logitech. Any other fucking brand, it's not working on the PC immediately. Like if you think about Razer, you need to have Chroma, you need to have all of their software to manage the things. That's a bit of a mess. Whereas the Mac, you just plug the thing in and then you don't think about it. So that is the main difference, at least for me. And from someone that doesn't, yeah. I mean, a Razer keyboard or mouse plugged into a Mac works better out of the box than a Razer peripheral on a PC. So that's crazy already, because it's just works. Like I had my Alienware keyboard plugged in the Mac, worked immediately. Plugged in the PC, didn't. Had to download something, then install the thing, then plug the keyboard to have like all the effects and all the things. It's just crazy. But I like both. I need the PC to do some things on my Android phones and some of the Blender stuff, and I need the Mac to do most of my work because I'm used to it. Yeah, I don't think it's desperate to tinker non-stop. I think it's control freaks. People that needs to have the control over anything they do, anything they can do, anything they might do, all that. Thank you. You know, all these things. Can I link to the pool ball? I don't think so. 1 second. Also, Trano, hi. I don't have any affiliate link on this one. I should. It's the wall-mounted one, but it's the gym one. It's basically this one. So yeah, that's one link. I don't know if that's the one but if you look at the shape, that's the one that I'm using. Continuing on the topic, not everything is so bad on Linux and Windows. Some people who directly idle as Apple still think drivers install on the PC from the disk and Androids. Yeah, I mean, I don't like people that just like Apple products for the fact that it is Apple product, but I don't like the people that like Samsung product because it's a Samsung product. Like, I don't like fanboys in general. I feel that's a bad thing to be and do, and it's the same thing for anything. As in, tech people, like idol fans. I don't get it. So I love Windows 11. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I feel like Windows 11 is much better than Windows 10, personally speaking. But that's also the same thing. It's a different use case. Like, as myself, as a streamer and a Mac user in general, Windows 11 is better because it's simpler and it just works. It does the thing that you're supposed to do when it's supposed to do the thing. Whereas Windows 10 gave me so much things to tinker with in order to have everything working. Like when I tried to stream from Windows 11, it was working. When I streamed from Windows 10, I had to reinstall my whole PC 7 times over the course of 3 years. 2 years. So that's crazy. I mean, the animation in Windows 11 are just That's also a very designer thing to say. The Windows 11 interface is much better for me as a designer than the Windows 10 interface. Yeah, I know. The streaming software, as in OBS, the Elgato software, the mic software, and NVIDIA Broadcast at the same time create conflicts in the way that the thing are. It didn't work on the Windows 10 most days. It worked, not every day. So yeah. I mean, the publishing class is different, but also it's crazy. I just only know I don't have any knowledge of that because I don't have any knowledge of Windows XP. I mean, I did when I was in school, and I did this thing which is called growing up, and I grew up with different softwares. So yeah, I'm not stuck on the software thing. Like if tomorrow they bring Windows 12, I'm gonna use Windows 12. I don't care. Um, Makes it even worse for you, which again, you are a power user of Windows. I don't give a shit. Like it's just what I'm trying to do works. Cool. I think the only annoyance, even though I don't really give a shit, is the right click on files in the Explorer. That's the only thing that I need to do 2 clicks instead of just one before. Might be the only thing that I'm like, but in reality, I don't give a shit. And Reefy for the polishing cloth thing, which is kind of fun. It's gonna sound weird, but it's so much better than any other polishing cloth that I have used in the past. Like I don't own one, but when you go in the Apple Store, they have one, and a polishing cloth for your phone, for example, your glasses, and you wipe the screen of your phone with it. It takes 2 to 3 wipes to get the things out. With the Apple one, you just done. That's it. I know it sounds crazy, but it's kind of the case. So, yeah, yeah, the same. But it's kind of interesting. I don't know how many they use though, because uh, I feel like they probably have to be brand new in order to be that effective. And they might have like brand new clothes every time, and therefore it's expensive. I don't know. I don't know how much it costs. It just costs too much. But yes, I agree with the fact that this is a profitable company. Also, this is their flagship product. If you don't know, this makes more money to Apple than any other devices combined. Dang. That thing. For no reason. For no reason at all. This thing has, I forgot how much they make with just the AirPod Pros, just the Pros, which is crazy. And it's expensive, but it's not that expensive. And it's annoying when it's just locked on the Apple ecosystem and all that. And I have my Android phone, and maybe I would love to have like them paired to it. It doesn't work as much, as good, whatever. But I used to take the plane to go to Japan 14 hours, 13 hours, right, back and forth, with my XM3s to have noise cancelling and all that. Nowadays, I just use these. These are enough noise cancelling, and the battery lasts long enough with 2 pairs to do the whole 14-hour flight. I'd be good with it. So that's crazy that these have good enough noise cancelling to cancel out a plane sound, and I don't hear it. And then when the stewardess is talking to me, I can still hear her through with the plane sound. Anyways, Y3 AirPod Pros first gen, AirPods Pro second gen, second gen USB-C. That's why 3. I mean, if you look into Paint, Rifi, that's basically what people are saying. So, yeah. The thing is, that claim, I know you're doing that as a joke, as Paint, wouldn't work for Apple. But the main difference is the claim to the base levels. Kind of makes sense. Like the fact that the MacBook Air is the most popular and powerful laptop of its category is true. There is no more powerful laptop of this size at this price. That doesn't exist. Based on benchmark and all that. In terms of sound quality, the AirPods are kind of the best option for that price. There are better options, more expensive. But again, for the MacBook Air, for example, you can't find something that is the same like quality and performance at that size and weight and efficiency. Like that, it's, I think the only comparable one is the Surface Pro, which is a tad more expensive by like nothing, knowing that the MacBook Air is $999 in the US. And yeah, but also it's the most popular laptop, the MacBook Air 13. So yeah, and yeah, similar to the Mac Mini, the Mac Mini base model is the cheapest, the most performant, the most everything you can have. As soon as you do some updates, it's shit. Like someone said, it was the same price, or you could have 2 Mac Mini entry-level 16 gigs 256 for the same price as 1 Mac Mini 32 gigs with 500 gigs of data. So, you know, it's expensive, and it makes no sense that it's that expensive to have an upgrade for parts that are so cheap. So, yeah. But again, people know about the PC specs. To go back to your things, Rifi, from earlier, people know about the PC specs. They still buy the thing. Like it's the convenience. It's the, yeah, but I know it will work, or yeah, but I know I will be able to transfer my data. Yeah, but I'm already on the iCloud system. All that. So, everything makes sense. Other than that, oh, god dang. So yeah, the Mac Mini is pretty cool overall. Oh, it's pretty crazy. If it worked that way, I would love to. I love the Xiaomi stuff. My phone is a Xiaomi, so it is, to my standards, it is better. Like this, Again, this phone from 2018, I mean technically 2017, that I have since 2018, still running. It's serving me as a chat monitor right now. It's the Xiaomi Mi Mix 2. It is great. It looks amazing. It works much better than my iPhone in some departments, and it still works. It's still snappy. It still does the job. So, dang. You can think about it, also to answer the last part of your message. You can think about it to get like a convenient premium laptop. Though, if you define yourself as someone who buys a Mac 10 years ago, you're now on Mac. And making the switch, not gonna happen. Or rarely gonna happen. But yeah. I'm not really using it for anything else than chat and some light control in the house, because I have the Xiaomi lights. Everything is Xiaomi around here. Like my vacuum cleaner is Xiaomi. My lights are Xiaomi. So yeah, sometimes it's better to have the phone that is communicating with it better. The Chinese cars are just amazing. Like, I wish we had them here. But also I don't have a license, so, you know. Let's see that. Have some feedbacks. Yeah. That's a fair feedback. I'm gonna check that. Introducing the onboarding, because the onboarding right now is just, it's just empty. It's just empty. I need the bare minimum that I could have, and you have welcome. This is how the characters are. You could collect some dictionaries. Let's go. So I might add a step or two. I kind of had fun with the characters having the growth of like progress for each. But yeah. Yeah. We'll see about that. Yeah. God damn it. Shit. Well, I posted it. I have the Roborock S5. and the Roid X20, I think. Oh, Jerome, did you buy the Gen 4? Or did you just look at the website? Because I'm thinking about it. Yeah, same. Same. I mean, Reefy, you can ask question or you can just draw in chat. Both works. If you enjoy your time here, that's fine with me. But speaking of time here, I like the design of it. That's kind of the reason. I feel like it's nice. The captor inside a bit less. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anywho, who? Anywho. If I press the button now, we should end the stream at 4:20. That happens. And it will be fine. I need to wait 15 seconds. Anyways, as always, thanks so much for being here. I changed some buttons on the stream deck, so we should have more stuff. It's not the same thing. The VOD is going to be on YouTube as always. As always, if you have questions and I'm not live, you can join the Discord to ask them there. You can also stalk me online if you like that. That's an option. But I have a schedule. I shall be back on Friday at 6:30 Paris time. And that should be pretty good. Pretty good, I think. As always, I said a lot of things today that these are the things. And if you want to give me money, you can by subbing here, but that's not necessary. I would rather you buy something like a UI kit. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciated. I'll see you soon. Who won? That is the question. Stream element and Chris head to head, 10 message difference. So close. Anyways, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you on Friday. Take care of yourself. Bye.